Okay, hello. I've got a little bit of a late start to today, so this is probably only going to be a half day stream. I'll probably be done in 4 to 5 hours. I put that in my stream title. Um, I also have a little limited number of things that I actually wanted to do today. Um, a lot of that is going to be working on this cat from yesterday. So I had it with the stripes. This was supposed to be a quick and easy project. It didn't turn out to be quick and easy because I had to sit and hold the fabric in place. So I was thinking maybe if I do this as embroidery stripes and just let my machine work on them alone, then I won't have to sit there and touch the machine. So I'm going to try that today. Well, I edited the file a little bit last night to turn it into an embroidery design. I'm going to continue working on that today. Where's my pattern bits? Oh, there's my ear. My ear. Ooh, wet spot. Okay, well, don't get my paper wet. So I had all the little bits to cut out for it. But I think what I can do instead is use that just embroidery. And I could even do different color stripes. But then I can still sew the ears in. The other thing I was thinking of is trying to simplify the ears down a little bit. And kind of like how I've got on this pig. Hello, piggy. His ears are curved around the back. So they have like that 3D squish shape. But then in the front, that's just a straight line. Like it just goes straight across his head there. So it still has a little bit of a puff to it just because it got stuffed with stuffing and fabric likes to puff out to round if it can. But this is just flat here and it's rounded in the back. So I was thinking of maybe trying to do the same thing with this cat where it's rounded in the back, but then just flat in the front. So I'm going to try both things. I'm going to do this as embroidery, and then I'm also going to see if I can come up with a way to simplify this ear down to just make it flat in the front, to make it a little bit easier to sew. It won't save a lot of time, but it'll also, I think, make it look a little bit more like I want it to if it was just a little flat and then rounded in the back. I don't know, just my own personal take on Trolley Knight's pattern there. So I'm going to do some pattern bashing, change that around a bit. Go there. I'm also feeling very proud of myself because I actually remembered to post something on Instagram today. It was a Valentine's Day post, but it still counts because it's still February today. So I'm not super late. I'm just normal moose late. The piggy was finished yesterday. I'm going to leave him out just so that I have something cute to show on my table of any problem with having the camera up top is that like everybody's angled. You see against that? Yeah, there we go. At least I have the cat. Oh, I wonder if I got something a little round. You know what might work for that cat? Washi tape. Let me go grab some of that. I just need something round and circular that this guy can sit on. to keep him from rolling around. Oh, that worked perfectly. Nope, never mind. It worked perfectly until he got top heavy. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to do this as embroidery. And we're going to see how well that turns out. And then hopefully while that is embroidering, I can also work on some of the other cat faces because I made all of those different shapes on the original cat here. I made all of those shape bits there so that I could potentially make different face shapes. And I think if I do these shapes and everything, those will be applique, but those are going to be a little bit larger, especially when it is just the like the spots and everything on the side of the face. Hopefully they are easier to hold down a piece of applique fabric. If I do end up doing the stripes as applique, I'm also going to do the little stitches of where they are supposed to go, just so that I know exactly where to place the stripy fabric bits. I'll also do that with the circles. I'll just include the registration marks for those. If I end up changing the cat ears so that they're flat in the front, that won't change all that much with my pattern piece. Essentially what I'll be doing is just closing this gap, this circle here, so that it just goes straight up at an angle instead of curving into that little C shape. So none of the actual embroidery will be changed, just the shape of the outside of the pattern, and I can change that in seconds on my embroidery program. So I'm not worried about that. I will leave the curve in the back piece here, the back of the head. I'll just take it out of the front, and then I'll just attach a slightly smaller ear to the front to make up for the fact that it's not uh, it doesn't have to go in. It doesn't have to go in all the way. So I think that'll be after I find out if the embroidery version is going to be easier to make than the applique fuzzy version. So let me see here. Really need to organize all stuff. I am a catastrophe. So yesterday, I was working on Tabitha here, made this file here. And then last night after stream, I added in the full embroidery bits. Yep. So this is what we made yesterday, or I made, I guess, on stream. And then this is what I changed it to after stream. I just basically filled in these stripe spots and then changed some of the colors. This is just so that I can do each of the eyes with a different color. If I want to do like a blue eye and a green eye, I could do that. The other thing I was thinking of doing is in like this, I did the same color, like these peak stripes are the same color because I was using small bits of applique fabric. But what I might actually be able to do is make each stripe a different color. Like, there's nothing saying that I actually this one. There's nothing saying that I actually need to have the two stripes the same color. So I could actually change that. That's different enough. So I could do every single stripe a different color, especially if I'm doing the rainbow kitties. I think that would look good. I could do red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, pink. Pink maybe. Let me see. I'm gonna actually change these to accurate colors. What if I do pink, red, orange, yellow, Roy, the blue. This would be indigo. I might have to do like a bright blue and then like a anything indigo and something bright there. Pink, orange, or pink, red, orange. Oop, go back in. Just so that we can see kind of what it would look like to those shapes. That would be, nope, this would be pink. Pink, red, orange, yellow. This one be like a light blue. Pink, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, purple. And then both of these, or I guess all of these, would be black again. Something like that. I think I like that. I think I even have scrap bits of this fabric, so I could do that in Minky. If I wanted to do the body in the squishy fabric again, actually show off my table as well. I need to modify this scene a little bit because my screen is wider than the box I've set up for the screen. But this way at least I can show off, like, if I've got my embroidery machine going at the same time. I thought that'd be kind of cool. Be able to have something going on my embroidery machine while I'm also working on the embroidery file. So, yay, a man you've seen. Um, so anyways, I'm thinking I'm gonna try this. So in order to do that with all one color, I'm going to this is going to jump around the hoop quite a bit. I'm just dragging to reorder things so that all the colors are the same. I don't want to change the color all that. No, I don't need that, I guess. Let me get rid of that. That one. Okay. So I'm just reordering them so that they. Oh no, because these can't, they have to attach. Okay, so I still don't have that many colors. Hang on, what did I do here? No, you're supposed to be pink, right? Yes, okay, you're pink. You're red. Yeah, why did you turn orange? Don't do that. I'm going to change this pink as well. A little bit hard. Okay. Something in between. None of these colors actually matter because I'm going to just use the colors that I actually own. But I do want to at least see what it might look like representatively. Yeah, okay. So pink, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Pink Roy G. Biv. And then I want to gather red. I want pink first. Pink, red, orange, yellow, green, violet, purple. Okay. So now they're kind of grouped together. It's going to begin and end on that one here, and then it's going to go to, so it shouldn't cut the thread there. And then it needs to go to face. It's going to do that part, then the middle of the mouth, and then the other corner. It's going to do the eye. It's going to come to the nose and do the underneath the nose, and then the top part of the nose. And it's going to come over to this eye and do that eye. And then I don't want it to jump to there. I want it to jump to the other pink. So this pink's going to come first. Then it can jump here. Then I want it to jump here. So I'm just trying to make it so that it jumps the least amount of, like, the shortest distances in between. So like after this eye, it should come to the close pink. And then because I don't want to change the thread multiple times, I am going to have it go all the way across the hoop to the other pink. But then instead of coming back to this red over here, it's going to go to this red over here. So it's going to go there and then here. And then I want it to jump to the closest of the yellows. That'll be that one and then that one. And then the closest of the greens, followed by the other green. Then indigo, indigo, purple, purple. Ah, those ones are in the right order. I'm going to select everybody except for those ones. So I don't want the outlines. I'm going to edit, apply closest join. That just means it's going to try and connect to the closest place. I didn't do this on the outline one because I want all of the cut lines to be over here on the edges, not in the middle. That's why yesterday when I was sewing down this green stripe, it actually like broke because the knots, the beginning and ends of the thread were actually up here. So one of them didn't hold till about here. So I actually had to go and re-stitch that down by hand. Not terrible to do, but also took more time. And I don't want these guys to take time at all. I want them to be cheap and easy to make. So we got that. I like these guys. Just save that work there. I think I'm going to set this up to embroider while I then work on the other shapes. And that was here. I can close. So all of these other lines I need to create shapes for. So I'll still be using the base of here because I want the eyes and everything to be the same, but I'm going to be doing all of these extra lines. So yeah, I got a bit to do. I'll be okay. So the embroidery version, also they don't go all the way to the edge because I'm going to be sewing stitches right along here. And if you take your embroidery all the way to the edge, then you have to sew through it, and it's kind of thick and bulky, so it doesn't really connect all that well. This is going to add a little bit of precision to when I am sewing it together because I do need to sew right up against it, otherwise there'll be a gap in there. But I think that there'll still be less time involved than if I am trying to sew over and then straighten those out and flatten them out afterwards. So it should be okay. Zoom back out. That anymore. That was just my center line, so I knew where to line things up. Save and export the design. I'm saving this one as Tabitha Embroidery because it's not the applique. I really should come over to the other Tabitha and change that one to applique just so I have both of them named properly instead of one being the default and the other being different. They should both have a different name. But I will do that later. I want to go to my files. This one. Embroidery drive. Flash drive there. This one. Document. The Nico Atsume ball. And the embroidery design. Okay. Guy here. So what I learned yesterday was that I need to cut it bigger than this. I need like an extra inch around it just because I was right up to the edge on one side and I had about a quarter inch on the other. So that was not great. I do need a 12 by 20 piece of stabilizer for this first. So I'm going to cut that. 11. I might just cut it this way so I don't have to move my little guys. They can look cute. Twelve to there. So this is 20 across. I can just cut it 12. I really like this stabilizer for that reason. It's perfect for my embroidery hoops. And I'm going to very much miss buying it from Joann's when they go down. Okay, so for now, hoop this up. Hi, Pick. Good morning or afternoon, almost afternoon. It's still morning. Good morning. Yes, I am making more kibbies today. So I've changed the hat from yesterday so that I'm going to try and do these stripes out of embroidery so that I don't have to pay attention to it and my machine can just do the sewing for me. So that's going to be my attempt because if I'm not paying attention to the embroidery machine, then I can be doing other things and I can price these guys cheaper. So that's my goal. And I'm going to use the same fabric as yesterday because I kind of really like the way this feels. Like this cat is super squishy. Like this is very good squishability. That's where the eyes were in the Choli Night pattern. So, oh, that's creepy. Anyways, that's where the eyes were for the Choli Night pattern. I didn't change them at all. Would they look better, do you think, if they were closer together? Because like that's super easy. I can change that in like seconds on my computer. Okay, let me move the eyes then. Because that eye, let's see. If I move it into maybe there and that one to there, oh, maybe that's a little too close. Let me split the difference on that one. Negative. Let's try 3. And 55. Trying that. Yeah, that might be because the fabric is super stretchy, especially right in the middle. I moved them each in 5 millimeters, so that's 10 millimeter difference there. That's half an inch ish. I could put them in a little bit closer. Let me move it in 3 more. I could try that. Oops, no, don't do that. Maybe a little higher as well. Just a tiny bit higher. Just so they're not touching the edge of the mouth. That might be good. Yeah, let's try that then. Save. Is Tabitha embroidery? Yes, overwrite. And export design. Yes. I mean, this is all just testing phase. So if they turn out great, fantastic. If they don't turn out, then I'm just keep making little changes and edits. So I don't mind moving eyeballs and stuff around right now. That is a-okay. Managed to open. Open. Thank you. Are we not opening our folders? We don't like our folders. Okay, so that's saved and it looks proper there. I don't see any obvious issues in the file. It'd be nice if I could see them in like my folders, like File Explorer folders, but for some reason the plugin to see embroidery designs isn't working for me, so I need to troubleshoot that later on. But this at least looks nice. So I save that one over. Okay, so I've got that. Tabitha embroidery over. Yes. Okay. Checked. Take you back over to embroidery machines there, so you're good. Okay, and my Mochi Minky. Piggy, you do have to move for this one. Yeah, I'm away. Somewhere I cut the piece off. Where did it? Where did I cut from? There we go. Okay. Ugh, it rolls up so much. Okay, let's see. This one I had 8 by 14, and it was just barely big enough. So I think what I'm going to do is 9 by 15. Give myself a little bit of working room around the edge this time. So 9 by 15, which is approximately the same amount of fabric as a bat. Iggy, don't do that. Okay, stop rolling up. Oh my gosh, fabric. Okay, 15 by 9-ish. I don't know. You are still rolling up so much. Okay, I'm going to flip this over. But at least if it rolls up into the table. Please stay flat. Oh, I could also, because yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's try that. Which direction does this go? Oh, it goes down that way. Interesting. Okay, well, maybe I don't want to use that end. Hang on. This stuff is just so soft and fluffy. Which direction does this go? There's not really a direction to it. It's more stretchy this way. And that's how I cut it last time. I did cut it that way. It's still stretchy in both directions, but it's more stretchy this way. So I do actually want to cut it out from right here. Okay. Maybe 9 by 15. Or I guess 15 by 9. Are you actually at the edge? No, you're not. Okay, you know what? Good enough. Right there, 9 by 15-ish. I think it's slightly more than 9 because the thing just kept rolling up at the edge. Both edges keep rolling up. Yeah, this thing's just want to turn into a little scroll there. That's fine. That's exactly what I want. The design itself, pencil. The design itself is going to be like this, centered there, centered there. So more or less right here. So I just need to make sure that the fabric covers all those edges and doesn't roll up. This fabric is a pain in the ass. Holy shit. I love how soft it is. I do not love this like behavior here. Like, why are you rolling up? What the heck are you doing? Why? Why this? Huh? tuck you underneath. You can't roll, right? No rolling. Okay, let's hope that holds it in place. Ah. And yeah, you're holding in place. It should be over all four of the edges. Mostly held in place-ish. Okay, the first color I'm going to need is black. Okay, Thomas is all threaded up. Go. Do your wiggles. Open your USB files. There's Tabitha with the embroidery. Looks good to go. We can do our wiggles and then we can put our hoop in place. Okay, I'm changing his speed to nice and low. And then he is just gonna get to embroider for a bit. Oh, I should start up my timer. I wonder if I purged it. There we go. I didn't use my timer yesterday, so I just had to kind of watch my own stream back to see when things, like how long they took. So let me try and actually use my timer today. There we go. We've got like a 1/4 inch on this side now. That's good. As opposed to yesterday where it was exactly on the line there. A little bit quicker. You're not having any problems, so you can go faster. So proud of you, Thomas. Doing so well. Okay, and then because I am doing embroidery across the entire body, I am going to need water soluble stabilizer to put on top of the fluff. He is a 9 by 15 cat. So I'm going to need 9 inches of this. It is also just under 20. So if I go here, should be good. There's my stabilizers. Trim your thread because I'm pulling you out of here. Stop, stop. Trim your thread, not get it caught. You jerk. What is that? What is this? Why do you have that? You don't need that. Okay. Pins. So that I don't have to hold this down in place, I am just going to pin it down. All of my pins are going to be well outside of the embroidery area, so there's no chance that I actually run them over and hit them. I'm going to put another one right in the middle here. Okay. He goes back in. He's got his black thread. He's ready to go there. Okay. I can pause my timer because right now I'm not actually technically working on them. I can be doing other things. So this is just kind of the when I'm making things, do I actually need to time them? I wish I had another charge cord for this look. I don't know how long that battery's going to last. I don't remember the last time I charged it. Okay. So coming back over to here. Oh, Atsume. Doing well? What are you doing? Slow you down. I don't trust. You're making a little bit of a weird noise. Are you doing? Oh, you're having fun. Okay, you're doing your thing. Okay, he's fine. So coming back over to the embroidery. This is the one where I have Zoom to design, Zoom to. I've changed the eyes on this one. I have wider eyes, narrower eyes there. I think I'm going to use the narrow eyes as the base for the next embroidery. So I want to leave the face alone. But for now, oh, that didn't sound. Thomas, what are you doing? Oh, you're just stitching through a bunch there. Okay, well, I will modify that. You still good? Okay. I made a change to the mouth last night that he is objecting to. So I added a tatami stitch underneath the satin stitch to try and fill it out a little bit more. Because so the big issue with let me uh let me go to at least here. So the big issue with the cat, let me see if I can actually show this off. The mouth right now is the satin stitch, and I can actually kind of peel the stitches apart, and you can see maybe you can see the white underneath it. I can. So you can see the fabric underneath between those stitches because the fabric is just so stretchy. Maybe you can see them. So I wanted to put stitches underneath those so it doesn't have the problem. The same way that I did the nose, where you can't see any of the stitches under the nose. Like that nose is just solid black. The mouth is not solid black. There's clear fabric visible underneath there. So it's too stretchy for the satin stitch. So I added the tatami, which is a special zigzag underneath the mouth to try and fix that. But the problem is Thomas doesn't like it. There's actually too many stitches right now. So I added that in. Too many stitches. I think I'm going to maybe decrease it. Let me see. 1 millimeter underneath. This is the hard thing. I can true view it and kind of see. Oh, needle point. Okay, so every white dot is where the needle is going to go into the fabric. So what I had was that setup where each of these is the dot going in, and the part he was having trouble with was right here. And now he's having trouble with wherever he is. I think he's back to this middle part, it looks like. So there's just too many stitches in here. He's having issues with it. So I think what I'm going to do instead is that there. Maybe a little less. Maybe maybe I'll just do it as a zigzag. No, because that I need it to stitch down in the middle there. I can't do the zigzag. It does have to be the tatami. And like this is where it wants the stitches to be right now. Like this is where it's trying. That would be the normal distance. So I'm just highly increasing the number in there. I do want short stitches. Yeah. So I've just added a bunch of stitches underneath there. I think I added too much. Yeah, him's dense. Him's very dense, especially right in that center of the mouth area. So we'll try this for the next one. I'm gonna save that. Yeah, overwrite. Yeah, you're fine. And then I will modify this. We're gonna get rid of all of the stripes. No stripes. Naked cat. And we can go back to seeing the picture here. Artwork. Whoops, that's not artwork. Artwork. Oh, you're already dimmed. Okay, well. Okay. So for these ones, these shapes, I do need to have fabric put down for these because I am not stitching this entire blue area. Like that would be too many stitches to try and do essentially like that. I'm not going to do that many stitches on the cat. That's like a full eighth of the cat itself. Um, so that is going to be put fabric down and then just stitch it in place, which does mean it's going to be easier to create because that's just like trace and outline type thing. Zoom in. I'm going to start right here. Ooh, no, I'm going to do an open shape because one of the things I was thinking of is actually getting rid of this C-shaped curve for the ear, making that ear flat, like just connecting from here to here. So just like on the pig, where the front of the ear is flat and the back has this curve, I would do the same thing on the cat so that the front of the ear is flat there as well. Yeah, I think I'm going to do an open shape so that if I change that afterwards, it's not sewing into the face. So I'm starting in the seam allowance. That way, like I'm going to sew on this inside line here, but I want a little extra fabric on the outside. And I'm going to do the big spot first. There. Okay. For now, let's just make that black. That's the big spot. That will also attach to the big spot over here. I'm going to digitize another open shape on the back. Oops. Well, I'm going to have to fix that. That's the wrong shape down there. So I can just go reshape and hit spacebar to turn that into a square node instead of a very round node. The eyes are symmetrical, at least they should be. Yeah, because I had them in line with each other. And then I like flipped these over the center point and then drew them right on the spots there. And then from there, like just moved them in the same amount. So I moved this one in 7 millimeters, and I moved that one in 7 millimeters as well. So they should be symmetrical. If they're off, it would be very little. I guess test. Oops, no, don't do that. I can select face. So that's the center line. Yep, so the nose is centered. If I flip the mirror, the mouth is actually slightly off. The eyes are fine. I can make him wiggle his nose. That is close enough though that like no one's gonna notice that because the fabric uh will already stretch a little bit as well. This is like a fraction of a millimeter off. It's not gonna actually be visible in the plushie. Uh the big secret of plushie making is that you usually have about an eighth of an inch where you can just kind of fudge things and they don't really get seen on the final plushie. So while I'm trying to be very precise about things, like yeah, exactly, the you're your own worst critic kind of thing, where it's like you have to be perfect, and it's like it's not gonna matter in the final. No one's gonna see this except for you. Yeah, so it's the mouth is actually slightly off. The eyes are pretty good. but like this is not going to be noticed in the final in any way, shape, or form. It's just it's too small that it's gonna just vanish. Okay, so I've got these. I'm gonna make that one black as well. And something I had yesterday from the little guys, I had the single run with the length 0.75, I believe. What did other Tabitha say? Your single. Oh, I did this. Length 0.75, minimum 10. Okay, so I need to come back to this one. These ones are going to be 0.75 and minimum length 0.1. Okay. So that will put the stitches very close together to hopefully hold things. And then I actually want to come back through and backtrack and backtrack. So what that means is, well, actually, let's see. They are all in black. Let me change them to some other color because I have a really cool little player thing where it will actually play out the stitches. So you can see how it's going to work on the embroidery machine. And it goes up. And oh, actually, it's the different color. Hang on, let me turn you orange. Okay, now play. Yeah, because it's going to stitch down and then it's going to backtrack and stitch along it again the other way. Let's see. I turn on my timer again because Bernard needs my attention, so I'm going to come over to him. He is ready for his, should be pink thread. I need to find a fun pink. I should probably come up with all the colors I was going to do. I need a pink. Well, red, I'm going to use my bright red. We got pink, red. Orange is the ear. Yellow. I have a bright. Do I not have just a normal ass yellow? No, okay, there we go. Oh, I need more yellow though. Okay, that goes on my shopping list. Fun green color. I've got lots of like Christmas green. Christmas green. I'm gonna do a light blue ear with a indigo color stripe and then a purple. Indigo and purple. Indigo and purple. Let's see. So I've got pink, red, yellow, green, indigo. Woo, whoa, goodbye, indigo. Purple. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I'm going to use those colors. That's good. So pink comes next. And he's just going to do his two stripes. I don't think I had underlay on these. I think he's just going to do the stripey itself. He's going to outline and then just stitch the stitches down. Yep, perfect. Okay. So in terms of how much time it's going to take, he's going to go a little bit quicker. Did I use Blender for this? No, I did not. This was a pattern that I got from Trolli Knights online. Let me. So this is just a pattern that I got uh, from Trolli Knight. Yeah, this is something that I absolutely could have made in Blender. This is very, very simple. It is literally just like four half circles, or four, I don't know, those diamond shapes that make circles, and then kind of stitched together in the middle so you can put the mouth on it. And then the ears themselves are just little cones. So I absolutely could have made this in Blender, but I didn't need to because Trolli Knights already made it. So I just took it from her. And then I'm making the little modifications to it. Oh, if I'm going to change the ear, maybe I could try that in Blender. Oh, but then I'd have to like match it to her pattern, and I'm not sure if I want to do that. That would essentially be I'm making my own pattern, and I've already got the embroidery files for hers. So I don't know if I want to recreate it again. Okay, so I've got that spot. Show the background again. Crazy background. I'm going to do the exact same thing with the other spots as well. So this is the big spot. Let me file save as. This is going to be, I think, Spotty Kid. I'm going to create all of the spots on this file. And then. Would you just knock over? Why did you knock things over? What's up with that, sir? Rude. Leave my shit where it goes. I left the thread too close to his hoop, so when he moved to the back of the hoop, he knocked my thread over. Very rude. My goodness. Thomas. So I'm going to put all of the spots on one file. And then when I decide, like, oh, I want to make a cat with a big eye spot and a spot on the cheek, I can then just come and, like, select the ones I want, delete the ones I don't want, and save it as that. So these guys here, copy and paste. I'm going to turn them green. And if I mirror them, oh, it doesn't work. Darn. Well, I guess I can drag those bits down there. Because these guys I need to put here. Kind of in place. I think that's on the line. Yeah, it looks pretty good. And then these guys come over here. Oh, too far up. Okay. So there we go. I've got now, I can do the big spots on the right and the left eye, and it matches with the back. These are both the forward and then back tracks across it. I need the small spots on this ear. So I'm going to do another open shape. Sure, orange works just fine. oh, actually, nope, I'm going to get rid of that because before I do that, I want, if I'm doing the cat, I want a placement line so that I know where to put the fabric on this. So I will need, I guess, another open shape. Yeah. And I'm going to have this go slightly inside. Thomas needs a new thread color. Okay, so I'm just creating that line right there. And then I can create one for the back as well. This is so I can have the machine stitch down this black line. Oops, well, let's try that one again. It can stitch down this black line after it does the outline of the actual cat. So I will know basically where to put that fabric instead of kind of guessing on the machine. There we go. And duplicate, and I'm going to flip you, move you out of the way. Ooh, too close, too close. Okay. So that in black will just be an indication of where those spots are supposed to go. And this one goes with that. And take that and put it right here. So that one goes with these two. This one goes with the other two. That one goes, oh, nope. That one goes with the green, green. That one, green. This one goes with the green and the green. You go with the other two. Yes, you do. Okay. So this one is the alignment. So I know where to put the fabric for these two. This one is the alignment. So I know where to put the fabric for these two. This one. Okay. Save that for right now and then go change the thread color on Thomas because he has paused and he is waiting for red, or I guess welcome number 5, generic color 5. Okay. And I can turn my timer back off again because I'm no longer paying attention to him. I've got my 2 spots there. Now I can work on the little spots. So I'm going to do the same exact thing as I did before with that open shape. I'm going to do this one, I think, in yellow. I'm going to start here. Oop. Okay. There's that one. I want this one to be 0.75 and 0.1 millimeter. So very short little guys. And I want to backtrack across, and I can create the alignment markers for this one. Okay, there we go. There's that one. The reason it's very slightly inside is because if I put it on the same line as where it stitches down, again, the fabric shifts a little bit. So there is the possibility that by the time I'm sewing the second fabric down, the under stitches will be visible. Like they'll stick out from underneath where the fabric is. And I don't want them to be visible. So I'm giving myself a little tiny bit of leeway to not see those stitches in the final cat. This should actually go above. I'm going to copy and paste that, flip it, and this goes over here. Oh no. Ah. There. It looks good. Okay, so there's my front small one. Okay. And then the back small one looks very, very similar. I wonder if that's the exact same shape. I'm not that precise at drawing, am I? Oh, I want to actually change this one. I don't want it to be yellow. I want it to be some other color. And then this one is going to be the same orange. I'm basically just matching up the colors so that, like, if I want this spot here, I just need to select all the orange bits. Zoom in on that one. Let's go. Well, that's not orange. That was black, sir. Okay, so there's my orange. And 0.75, 0.1, good. I want this one to backtrack. So I'm now doing it 2 times, so a little extra security. Hopefully it doesn't fall apart. And now you can make a black line. Oh, that was a little close. I'm going to modify that one. Yeah, we're going to go reshape. I think we're going to move these guys in a little bit. Yeah, I think that looks a little better. A little bit further away from the orange. It makes me feel a little bit better. Okay. And you have to go above them as well. So I've got that orange one and this orange one. The yellow, oh no, this one has to be yellow, but I'm using the same orange. Okay. So take these, copy, paste, flip them, and move them over here. Whew. Zoom in so I can actually see where they go. Move them. That looks good. Yeah. Okay, and that one is not orange. That one should be yellow. Which yellow? 6 or 9? Number 9. Okay, well, number 9's yellow. Goes right there. Let me get rid of the colors on that. Okay. Now I've got the small spot on each ear. I've got the big spot on each ear. I could do the cheek. Hmm. You know, I was thinking of actually doing like maybe stripes with spot at some point because I really like the way that this orange stripe goes over the edge of the spot. So maybe I should put all of Tabitha's stripes back into this file once I have them done. Hmm. Interesting. Well, okay. Thomas needs more attention. He's on to his next color. So let's see. You're done with red. Thank you. We're going to yellow next. Okay, let him do his thing. I hope I have enough yellow thread there. I'm going to actually need to get more yellow. I need bobbin thread from yesterday. I need yellow embroidery. Oh, there's another thing that I was missing, and oh, a Paris pink sewing thread because I filled the bobbin and now I'm out. I think that's all I needed. Okay, back to the design. My crazy wildcat design. Okay, the cheek spot. I'm gonna do that. I can actually do that one as a closed shape because that's not going to change if I take the ears out. Let's do that one. Ah, don't do that. Just add gray. Don't change gray. Okay, so there's my cheek spot. I am again going to, oh wait, I need to change these. 0.75, 0.1. Now, this one I can just repeat. It doesn't necessarily have to backtrack or repeat. It could be fine. Did you not change? Oh, well, delete you. Try this again. 0.75, 0.1. Whoops. Now I can repeat you to go around. So backtrack just means reverse course and go back around. Repeat just means keep going in the same direction. There's no other difference to what backtrack or repeat would be doing. I've got both of those. Okay, I need my open shape placement. That's going to be black. And that I don't want. I want that in 2.5 and 1.25. Okay, you weren't supposed to change all the settings, just these. Down above. And these three I will copy and paste, flip, put over here. All right. That one should not be gray though. I need a color for that. Purple. What is this? Why didn't you move? Ah, you only took one of them with you? Okay, well, go away then. You're not useful. Okay. And you are going to repeat. Okay, now I've got two. There's my alignment, and there's those. This was my purple. So I'm going to do this one in purple as well. I'm going to digitize the closed shape. Um, Okay, so there's my closed shape, but that one's in purple to match the other one. That one I'm going to have repeat as well. I need a open shape. That's going to be right here. Okay, so there's my alignment. And here, all three of you get copy pasted and flipped. And maybe I can pick you all three up. Yes, okay. There we go. And what color was this? I think I did gray here. Yeah, I did gray. So this last cheek is also going to be gray. Now when I come into the colors, I can kind of see like which bits go where. So if I want to find like the blue, and then I'll do, I guess, maybe this cheek. Or no, that's the small one. Do like this cheek here. I can grab both of them as well. So, yeah. Okay. So that's the side spots. Right now, what this looks like without the backdrop is right there. So it's a little bit easier to see the colors without all of the colorful lines and white underneath it. But each of these spots is just, it's got the same colors to it. So looking pretty good. I do have the. Ooh, that doesn't sound right. Thomas, what are you doing? You good? You good, sir? Okay. I don't know what you were doing, but I didn't like it. Okay, so I've got all these spots. I think I'm going to save that as the spotty kitty. And I'm going to delete all of these guys. Whew. So now I can work on the masks, like just around the mouth and everything. I only have 2 of them. No, I've got 3 because I've got the one that goes all the way up to the point on the forehead. I've got the one that goes around the mouth and to the back. And I've got the little circle that just goes around the mouth. So I can do those on a new file. So save design as this one's going to be mask kitty. And Vlad wants attention again. Needy little asshole. Making weird noises. Calling for attention. Okay, what color are you up to, sir? You are up to green. Okay. Okay, green. You good, sir? And turn off the timer. Okay, so the first kitty mask I think I'm going to do is the gray one, which is actually going to look very similar to the spots around the ear, I think. I'm going to do an open shape. Like that. But I had it originally. So the way I had the mask originally was it went like half under the eyes, and I kind of like that. This one it goes right up against the eye because I moved that eyeball. I think what I'll do is I'll actually make 2 of them then. I'm gonna actually copy this. And I'm gonna just come down to here. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, that didn't work. Hmm. That's not a very good bend right there. I want it to be pretty smooth. Um, get rid of that. Maybe I'll come down to the edge of the orange. That way, at least on the back, I know where to line it up. I'm gonna have to modify that. I think I like this a little bit better, but I want this to be smoother of a transition. That I think looks a little bit better. Okay, and because I can't actually line that up because I don't have the drawing lines for it, I'm going to move both of these at the same time so that I align this one the right way. What? What now? You're not done. Did you run out of bobbin thread? You did. Okay, well, cut your thread. We are at 904, so we're going to go back to 895 or thereabouts. Ah, he ran out of bobbin thread. That's uncool. That is also something I have to buy. So I'm probably going to be doing that tomorrow. There is, I don't even know who the group was. I saw this on social media, but there's a economic blackout planned for today of just like, we don't like what's going on with our government, so don't buy shit, basically. Uh, so it's as easy as not going shopping today. So I will get my thread and stuff tomorrow to just not be harming that movement at all. Like, it takes zero effort to just not buy my thread today, so why wouldn't I not buy my thread today? Okay. New bobbin. Happy dude. You can keep sewing now. Green thread out of the way. Yeah. Okay. I'm actually going to go back a couple more stitches. And go. Okay. He's back to work. Pause the timer. We're good there. Okay. And both of these, what color should I make them? I'll make them weird orange. Strange orange. I'm going to copy and, oh, wait, I shouldn't do that yet. I want them to be 0.75 and minimum of 0.1. And both of them need to backtrack. Oh, I should make this one a different color because that's my outside one. You're going to be weird brown then. You're going to be weird brown. And then I need tracing the outline for each of them. There, there. And there. Okay. This one actually that and this one of that. Okay. So both of those, I'm going to duplicate them and mirror them across. And then I need to use this one. Oh, we're supposed to move just them. Okay, so I need to move all of these, but they don't want to move together when I grab them. So we're going to just move them with a mouse. Yes. Or with arrow keys. That right? Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Okay. And these are going to be the same color. So I'm actually going to come and group these together. So this one and this one are the outlines for the orange halves. This one are the outlines for the larger brown ones, the one that goes through the eyes, the brown ones there. And now I need the line on the back. So the first one, this weird orange one, is going to be the line that already exists. The brown one that I made go through the eye is going to start and end at the orange belly there. I'm going to digitize this shape, open shape, I believe. And then to make sure that this is as even as possible, I'm only putting one node in the very center. Because that should then, yes, it did. Okay, arch through, and that should be equal, like that should be, what word am I looking for? It should be the same mirror image on either side of the cat. This is going to be an interesting cat if I do it this way. Because like half of this is actually going to be covered with fabric. Hmm. Normally what I would do is I would just cut a small piece of fabric that like fits this bottom part and then another piece of fabric that fits the top part. Um, but I'm trying to do this in one big piece and they're so close together that if I do cut just a piece, they're gonna like have to overlap over each other. This might just have to be a case of I have 2 layers of fabric up here, which is a little bit of a waste because it'll just be I don't need to use this fabric underneath. Um, but in terms of making it easy, I think I have to. We'll see. I can test it out later as well. Um, yeah, I can play around with it afterwards, but for now I'll just do that. I'll do the 2 layers there. Yeah. Okay. Time to turn back on the timer. What color does Thomas need? He wants his blue. No, that has got to be the indigo color. It just looks blue on my screen. Okay. Yeah, you're up to indigo before purple. Okay. Eventually, when I am super famous and rich, I'm going to get myself an embroidery machine that has like 10 different needles here so that he can actually change his own color. But that's not something I need by any stretch of the imaginations. That is at best a want. And I cannot justify that purchase right now. Not multiple thousands of dollars just to change the thread color automatically instead of manually. So for now, I change all the colors when he tells me to. And it's all good. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's those guys. Oh, I need the placement line for this. So that's going to be an open shape. Wait, or is this? Oh no, I just did the placement line. This is my placement. I'm going to make that black. These ones should be black as well. These are placement lines. Lad, why are you sounding weird? Okay, that's my placement because I know where to put it. Which means, but I made that line so nice. No, because I do want it to stitch down all the edges. Ooh. Mm. In which case I want it to come down here too. This should actually be a closed line. Because this is going to stitch it down in place, so I want it to be everywhere there. Mm. Okay, so I do want that to be actually combined. So I'm going to make a new open shape that actually touches here, because I can just merge these two shapes together as long as they are close at beginning and end. There we go. So select both of these. I'm going to make them gold. Oh, no, this is supposed to be that orangey thing. Okay. So it's supposed to be orangey, and I want this to be. Ah, I don't need it to be stitched down super here around the edges. Actually, I should knife tool this. So I'm going to actually split it in bits elsewhere. Okay, cut there. Now I've got multiple pieces. This piece, this piece, and this piece, this top outside, the thing that's in the seam allowance, those ones I'm going to weld together. Now I've got those that go around the outside, and this one here is where I need it to be extra small. So that will be the 0.75, 0.1. I could probably do something similar on these guys because I don't need it to be well stitched down right there. I just need it to be stitched down. Okay, well, this is going to be normal. This is going to be extra secure. And that one, I'm going to want it to backtrack. So digitize, backtrack. I don't need it to backtrack the other part because that's just holding it in place. I'm not going to cut up right next to it, and all of that's going to be sewn down into the seam allowance when I turn the cat into an actual ball. So this is the only part, this curve here, that will actually be visible and secured down. Yeah, very interesting bot username. They take all the best ones, right? Like, I'd love to have just a psychopath available at all times. That would be so convenient. Do I actually need him? No, but that would be so convenient to have. And the bot took the name instead. What, I don't remember what the bot yesterday was. There was a cool bot name yesterday as well. It was just like, why did you take that name? That's so cruel. Oops, I forgot to turn off my timer. Oh well, the cat's gonna take a little bit longer then. Fine. So that's gonna be the back. Okay, so I need open shape just to do the alignments. Okay. That line can be in black. That one should be above this. Okay. So there's the cat. So technically all of these lines that are up here, they don't need to be the little, like the 0.75 distance. They can be whew, selected too many things. No. 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 Okay, fine. I'll just select everything. Fine. Because I can come in my edit tool knife. I can actually cut through right there, I think. And yeah, just these top parts, I can actually make them 2.5 again. 1.25. And just these little bits here, I can make 0.5, 1 point. And I can do the same thing on this side. Is I might have to put some bits back together if I have placed them up not quite right, but I'm going to go through and edit those afterwards. These guys will be 2.5, 1.25. Five. Okay. Okay, I'm going to come back and edit these afterwards. That right there. And then go figure out what color Vlad needs next. Oh, interesting. You left me a string, dude. Let go. What? Release. Okay, you didn't cut something, so go ahead and cut again. Get rid of that for me. Thank you. And purple. And go ahead and stitch that one out for me. Okay. I remember to turn that timer off that time. Unhide that. Okay, so for this brown line, digitize a open shape. Right there. That looks pretty good. I like that one. This one needs to be 0.75 and 0.1. Okay, and this is the one that's going to backtrack. But then I need a copy of this one, and I don't want to redraw the whole thing, so I'm going to just copy it, drop it in here, turn it brown, and then reshape it so that I can come down here and drag the last right there. Perfect. Instead of ending on that top line, it now ends on the bottom line. Fantastic. I wonder if I could just take this line as well. Can I copy and paste that one and just move it down? Kind of. Let me put that there. Reshape. I'm going to grab just those two. Maybe that one too. There we go. Perfect. Okay, this goes above you. Save you for now because now I need to go through. I have to fix up, make sure all of these are good. So I still got my outlines. They're good. Got my face. Everything looks good on my face. I've got under nose, upper nose, other eyeball. This one here is my alignment. And I do an alignment there as well. I put the fabric down to cover both those areas. And then I stitch here, followed by here, followed by there. And then it's trying to backtrack again. Well, I don't need it to fully backtrack. So I'm going to have it stitch here, and then here, and then here. I don't need to do this section twice. So it does up. I'm going to have it go down the same line and then back up the tiny stitches. And then it'll just stop there. It'll come up here, down to here, and it will go down to here. And it'll go up. I will have it backtrack down, and then it'll go around here, and I don't need it to do this second part again. For this one, I've got the alignment and the alignments. And then it'll do the same thing where it goes up and down to the center, and then it comes down to there. It does this little bit and this little. Okay, so these two are not supposed to be sliced apart. They need to be welded back into one line. And then it does not need to be repeating that part. It does need to, these two need to be welded back together as well. So it goes from the ear up to the point, then to the right, then down along the curve and up a little tiny bit. It goes up to the ear, then it'll come back down, and then it'll go back over that line again, and then we on to the next. So from the ear up to the point, down along the curve, these two get welded back together. They weren't supposed to be cut. I don't need that one. I do need these two. They're going to weld back together and go in line and then go back up there. And then I go over to this side. Okay. What have you got? You are this line across. That's the alignment. And then I'm going to stitch around the entire top, do this bottom arc, and then backtrack across the bottom arc. Fantastic. That one looks good. This one is the arc there. It goes up and around, down across, and backtrack. Fantastic. Okay. I'm going to select everything and edit, apply closest join. So now theoretically what should be happening is that if I hit reshape, yep, this one begins and ends right here. Then you'll go on to the second, which begins and ends right here. Then from here, it jumps to the here, begins here, ends here, goes across and ends here, begins here, ends here. And then it's going to jump to the eye. It wants to begin at the bottom and end here. Then it goes across the nose, ends there, and then begins and ends at that corner of the nose, which should then let me jump to the eye, begin and end. And then this part here, no, I want you to begin here. I want you to begin. No, the black one will begin and end there. And this one will begin and end there. Okay. So after the cat eye, it jumps. Ooh. The eyeballs need to be after everything else, because otherwise I'll be putting the fabric down on top of the eyeball. So they go at the very bottom. Okay, well, let me redo the closest join lines. Okay, here, begin and end here, begin and end there, and then we're going to jump over to here. We begin at the bottom, we're going to go up to the top, and then we're going to begin at the top and go down to the bottom. So on this one, we begin here, go up to here, jump across. That does leave a string. And then we go down to here. Ooh, do I want to change? I think I do. I want to put this one here. Because then after this, begin and end right here, I'm going to have it just begin here, and then it'll jump over. Yeah, I like that better. So then it goes here, drops there. And then the next one, I will have begin here and go to here. And it begins here to there, then goes up to the top, and then from the top begins to the bottom and ends. I do want you to come over here because I want you to begin here, end there, begin, end, end, begin, end. Yes. Okay. For this one, that was all of the oranges. Now we go on to the brown one. We're not going to have the brown and the orange on the same cat. So I'm pretending that we go from here, this outline. So we're going to end right here. Oh, no, wait. I want to do this orange part next. Okay. So I'm going to go grab my other orange part, put that right here. I want it to be with the other cat bits. Yeah. Hmm. I almost want to have this one before the outline. And I'd have it begin over here, end there, and then it jumps to do the two outlines. Yeah. Don't freeze. You good? I'm going to have both of these at the very beginning. So those are just the alignment markers. And then it will begin with the two outlines. And then from there, it goes into the entire orange bits, goes through all the orange bits. And then I jump over to the next orange bits where it's going to begin here, go around to the end, and then it's going to begin here, go across, and then here, go back across. So begin, end here, begin, end there, and then it's going to jump down to here, do this entire M shape, and go across and back across. So that's what the orange cat will do. Okay. I think I'm going to make that orange as well. No, I do want to keep it black. Ah. The problem with having so many bits in the same file. If I can organize it this way. All of those, group them together. Okay, so that's one group. Now if I select one of them, they will all select together. Makes it a lot harder for me to edit them, but I think that'll work. Okay, Thomas is done with his embroidery. So I think I'm going to save this cat where it is. Save. And then I'm going to come back to the table so that I can work on the cat that he's making. So timer goes back on. Because we are back to working time. I'm going to turn on Bernard. Thank you, Thomas. Ah, you didn't cut your thread. Why are you wasting bottom thread? I don't have that much left. Okay. Okay. Piggy's going to leave for now. He can go somewhere else. 'Cause I'm working on cat. Oops, I missed a pin. Yes, so my timer is for how much time I'm actually spending on this cat because, like, while he's being embroidered, I can be off doing other things where I'm not actually actively working on the cat. And so while I could say, like, oh, it took an hour for me to embroider, therefore I'm going to charge you an hour of time. If I am also doing something like sewing up a bat at that same time, I it would be like double charging for my time. Like, oh, I spent an hour working on a bat and also an hour working on this cat, but I only spent an hour working. So instead of doing that, if I have these projects that I can just throw into the embroidery hoop and then like not pay attention to, and I can do other work at the same time, I don't actually charge for this time. Like I'll say like, oh, I was working on a bat for an hour and the cat was just doing his own thing, except for the like 26 minutes that I actually spent like putting the fabric in the hoop or changing the thread colors or whatever else. So now I'm actually sewing him. It is going to take me time to do work. So the timer goes on because this is actual like work time for the cat itself. But that's I guess I could double charge things, but this is my way of kind of keeping prices for things down. If I am not actively working on it, I don't count it towards the time. Which is kind of why like so the Choli night pattern, this cat, she had you sew it up and then just cut out these stripe shapes and like sew them on by hand afterwards. Like pin the stripe on top of the cat and then sew it down. That would take a lot of time, which is why I was trying to put into the embroidery hoop and see if it would be quicker that way. A little less hand sewing there. Um, because I was hoping that the embroidery hoop would take less time overall. I don't think it actually did. I think because I had to hold all the fabric in place, I was actively sitting at Thomas holding things down. I think it took about the same amount of time had I just hand sewn everything. I didn't record yesterday's cat time with the timer. I was just kind of looking at the stream replay afterwards. I watched the VOD and just kind of quickly took note of it. And it's like, no, I think that was probably about the same amount of time had I actually hand sewn everything. So this way, with the embroidery machine doing all of the stripes, I think it's maybe a little bit quicker. But I will have to see once I am actually done, like how the time plays out. Because otherwise, my goal to make cheap cats will be I'll just have made a bunch of expensive cats, which is fine. Like I will still sell them for what they're worth, but I would like to have the cheap things for the craft fairs, um, where people like buying the less expensive things. There you go. Okay, I'm gonna just dump that with the other bits. if I do plan on making the white ears from these guys, I can come back and cut that from there. But I don't know. I really like these rainbow cats now, actually. I was gonna totally make just like normal colored cats and like a pastel purple and pink cat, but I'm really liking the rainbow stripes. Like, this is really cool. I am a huge fan of this right now. Any snips? Okay, so this cat I am making with the same ears as this. No, don't fall. Sit nicely, please. Good. See the mouth. Oh, I like that a lot better. Okay, so I like having the thread underneath the mouth. That doesn't look nearly as messy as this one's mouth does. That's nice. I'm gonna have to keep doing that. We'll see now that I've like reduced the amount of stitches if Thomas can handle that better. Okay, so I need an orange ear and a blue ear. I have orange fabric. I also have a duller orange fabric. I don't know if that's the same color. Where's my other? Ooh, that is vibrant. That is an angry orange. Ooh, I like that one. Where is my swatch book? What are those colors? Because if I'm repeating these, I need to know vaguely what colors I'm looking at. Cool. I did not actually write this one down. I have no idea what color this is at all. This is pumpkin. Pumpkin unknown. Cool. This might be mandarin. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that's mandarin. Okay, so Shannon Mandarin. I think I'm gonna do Mandarin. I really like how like angry orange this is. Like, that's just a fun color, I think. Pumpkin can go away. And then I need blue, which I really liked that blue from yesterday. That was a really nice looking ear. So I'm going to use that same blue. Yeah. And where's my ear pattern? There it is. That goes that direction. Oh, perfect. That was meant for those ears. Marker. That cat there. It goes down. So it goes down to the. I should write my arrows on here. Okay, there's my two ears there. This goes down in this direction. Is that piece good for an ear? No. Oh, okay, that's a little bit too small for an ear. Boo. Oh, oh, need my little lines. Okay. And I don't think I'm gonna keep this little orange bit once I cut it off. Oh, actually, no, that would be perfect. I'm gonna use that in my swatch book. Okay, so that goes with my other things that need to be swatched. As soon as I figure out what color this is, I think it's mandarin. So I started buying up like most of my Minky supply collection in like 2018, 2019. I didn't start creating a swatch book to like remember what color is what until like 2021. So there are several years where I was buying Minky fabrics and I did not record what colors they actually were. So some of them I was able to go back through like my receipts and my like online purchase orders from like Howell and find what colors I had bought and then be able to tell like, well, I have watermelon and pumpkin. One of them's pink and one is orange, so gotta be those two. But then I had other things where it was like, well, this is mandarin orange, this is clementine, and this is orange. And it's like, I don't know what's what. I definitely bought those three. I've got those three. I don't know which one is which name. Um, so I've been slowly trying to reorganize which ones go where and figure out which ones are which. But it's slow going, especially if I don't need to buy the fabrics. So I have a local fabric store that actually sells Shannon in person. So I've been able to go there and like find the Shannon there. So I've been using them kind of to like see which ones they have in stock. Like, oh, you have clementine, so I can tell like which one is clementine based on that. But they don't have all of them, and Shannon has retired some of their colors since then. So, uh, retired or remade. Yeah, records very important, especially because like, oh, so I had, oh no, camera, what are you doing? This happened yesterday too. Hang on, camera. Why? Why this? Huh? Do you want to reconnect for me? You do not. Ah, okay. I think I'm gonna have to swap out that camera with one that's on my sewing machine on Bernard there. I guess we'll just look at something other than a black screen for right now. It's all black. So much black. I might have to just swap this one out because this is the second day that it has done this, and I don't know why. And in order to fix it, I have to get out a chair and stand on a chair and then like peer up at it. So if it's going to cause problems, I need it to be something that I see easily. Are you working? Well, it's okay. Are you good? You gonna start up? You happy? Maybe. Connecting. You're not connecting. No, you are lying to me. You're not connecting. Oh, there we go. Okay. For now. For now, we are going to work. Also, I need to a little windows. This is very, very warm in my room. We had some really great wind earlier this morning, and now that we have nothing. But ooh, there we go. Oh, there's a little bit of a breeze. Thank you. My craft room, because I've got so many different machines and everything running, can easily get like 5 degrees warmer than like the rest of our house. It is ridiculous. I have a lot of lights and everything. Okay, we're back. Restarting the timer. Okay. Oh, I don't think I marked down where those were. Nope, I did not. Okay, well, I see one, and I vaguely know that the other one was supposed to be right there. Moose head. Yep, I sometimes come into the camera. Be like, hello. I actually exist. I am more than just hands. It is true. Hello, Panda. Hydrate. Okay. Give me 2 seconds to pull all of this stuff off. And there we go. Okay. And it's curling already. That is great. There we go. So that's going to be, ooh, that's going to be our rainbow cat. Okay. First step is going to be sewing on the ears to the body. This one, I'm just doing the ears around the holes. I think if this works, if this embroidery works, I think my next test is going to be doing it without this hole so that I can make flat ears like the piggy ears, like this guy here, my little piggy. Because his ears in the back are rounded. You've got that curve along his seam, which he's black on black, so it's kind of hard to see that seam. But he's got like this rounded seam at the back of his ear to give it that shape. But then the front of his ear is actually flat. So he's very flat right there, just on that front half. I want to do that same thing to the cat ears. So I'm going to try that, assuming that this works here. Okay, room has cooled down. I can close my window back. Nice. Okay. And that one there. Ah, thank you. So this basic pattern is made by Choli Knight online. But I am editing it and modifying it for my own purposes because I want to be able to make it quick and fast for something cheap to put on my table at craft fairs. So far, it has neither been quick or cheap. Like this guy took me several hours yesterday. We're already approaching an hour on this one, and that is with letting Thomas do all the embroidery for me instead of doing it myself. So it's already going to be not as cheap as I would like it. If it takes me just an hour, I will be happy. That's where my goal would be. I think I'm gonna end up over an hour on this though. The quickest way to make the ears would be just to do 2 flat pieces, and then stitch them into the seam. But I really like the way that the ears are kind of that 3D shape, like how it's rounded on top of the head. I really like that look. I don't think I want just a flat ear sticking out. Stop falling. My goodness. I don't think I want just that flat ear sticking out. Um, if I absolutely have to, I can. That's not like an issue. Um, but just for personal how I would do that. Um, I would want the ear to be 3D. Sell your stuffed animals? Yeah. If that's what you want to do, I highly recommend it. Almost like that's what I do. The big thing though is just like if you are going to be selling something, make sure that it is at a price that you want to actually sell it for. Like I am trying to make these guys cheap because I want to be able to sell them. But if this ends up like okay, so the pig takes me like multiple hours. I am not going to sell it for like 1 hour worth of work. Like no matter what people say. Like if they're not going to buy the pig at the price I'm valuing it, I'd rather not sell it than sell it cheap. Like I want to sell it at what it's worth, which is why I want these guys to go quickly because if I can make them quick, then I can price them lower while still feeling good about that price myself. And also, people might buy them more. Um, if they do take me a long time, though, I will price them what they are worth. And then people will just have to buy them at that price. And I will have to find something else to make small and cheap instead of these guys. Or I'll have to simplify down the ears because, like, these ears are probably going to be the most time intensive part of making the or like sewing the dude together. I mean, what? It's already just been 5 minutes of me pinning. If I do make them like flat ears, I could just not pin them. They just need to be kind of. I think it'd take like 3 pins to hold it in place right where it is. But that's like a lot less than the what like 40 some pins that are going into these guys. Yeah, really, time is really what takes the most. Like that's what the price of my stuffed animals comes from. Because like the fabric for a square inch or like that's 2.5 centimeters ish. I think right, yeah, 1 inch is 2.5 centimeters. Yes, so like 2.5 centimeters squared of fabric or 1 inch squared of fabric is like 2 cents. Like it's almost nothing. It is so cheap. So the fabric cost of like one of these stuffed animals is like a couple of dollars at most. Um, it is the time that it takes me to actually make it. Like if I was going out and I just got a job working at a retail store, I could make $15 an hour. So I am not going to work making something like this that takes more effort and skill than like just scanning items at a grocery store. I'm not going to price myself at less than 15 because I could do a job and like I could turn off my brain and do a job and make $15. So why am I doing something that I actually do have to put love and care into and I have to spend time working on for less money? So I actually price myself even a little bit above that because a lot of it goes into taxes and shit afterwards. Uh, but I'm not going to work for less than that an hour. So really that's where it comes from. Like I'm almost at an hour on this guy, so it's at least $15 for this cat. Like there's no real way around that, unfortunately. Okay, sewing time. Okay, cat pile there. I am still all set up from yesterday when I sewed the cat together. I'm gonna put the cat straight in the center of the target there. You can sit next to the timer. There we go. So I don't have to change my threads, so that's fine. Fuzzies everywhere. And first thing I do is turn down the speed on my machine because I do not need to sew at high speed. Not important. Okay. And ears. And I put the needle down. And do not sew over your pins. This is bad. There's my kitty ear. Unfold, please. Come on, there we go. Again, that white fabric is so curly. I love how soft this mochi is, but it is not fun to stitch on under any sort of tension. Okay, did you get that? Yes, okay. There we go, cat face. Very curled up cat face. Stop curling, please. Oh my goodness. You do not need the curls. Ah. Okay. In just a minute. Yeah, seriously, sweatshop prices. Oh, I'm gonna try and leave that cat face there so you can. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, I live somewhere where it is expensive to buy food and housing. So I need more than sweatshop wages, basically. Dog outside says bork, bork, bork. Okay. There we go. And this part here, I'm just doing the dart down the middle. I don't need to pin that really. That is just going to be an equal line on both sides, so I can just kind of fold it in half and go for where it starts to curl up. Oh, Mochi Minky, I love you so. That looks good. I didn't get that very well. Let's try that. Yeah, it's pretty good. Okay. Ooh, if this works out, I wonder if I could do like leopard spots as well. Just have it like embroider the little rosettes that the leopards have. I could even do that rainbow. Okay, so after why did you unthread? So after I finish this one, I'm working on the cats that have like spotty bits next for the embroideries. And then after that, I might make some leopard rosette spots. Okay, this dart is the hardest of them because when I get close to the end of it, I can't really fold the fabric because there's a nose embroidered right there. Oh, I just have to be careful that it stays even. Feed through, yeah. Are you still centered? Maybe. Maybe. I think so. Yes. Ooh, that looks centered. Yay. So something that happened to the cat yesterday is that this bottom seam that I just sewed up, this dart, it went a little off to the side, so it's a little off kilter there, and it's not like lined up with the center of the mouth, and you can see it very well in person. Fortunately. Okay, coming back over to my table because this part I actually want to pin. Pop out my pins. Because I do want things to line up properly. So I am going to spend the time actually pinning here. Covered in fluff. You're supposed to be like the ambassador here, making everybody look at my stream and like want to visit. You can't be covered in fluff. Terrible, terrible cat. Okay, now this is the part that requires a little bit of precision. I want to make sure that the stripes are going to line up more or less at the right spot. So I'm pinning both sides of them together right at the corners. Like that did not go to the corner. That did go. That is also not at the corner. They may not be perfectly aligned at the end of this, but I want it to be close enough that when people look at it, they don't notice it immediately. Because I'm a perfectionist. Oftentimes, like the plushies that you get from factories, nothing lines up perfectly. They just don't care, because they are going for speed and cheapness as well. I do care. It, it would just make me feel bad if they didn't line up as best as I could get them. Don't see, you're not even close. This one. Okay, so that's the last of the stripes. Yesterday I did realize that I need probably 2 pins on the ears, not just 1. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna pin 2 places on each ear. I had just put 1 at the very tip last time, and it didn't quite hold where I wanted it to, so I ended up having to, like, reshuffle the fabric as I was sewing. So I hope 2 actually holds things down in place. I'm going to okay, finish pinning and then I stretch. I've got, like, 4 more pins to go. 3 more pins to go. Okay. Put my weird cat down and stretch. Ah. Okay. Kitty is ready to sew. Back over to the machine. And this one, I don't need to put the stabilizer down underneath because I'm starting on the fabric. Although it is rolling underneath, and I don't like that. Not a fan. Okay. And then as I'm going around and sewing, I've got the edge of my embroidery. I want to sew right on the edge of that. So that's kind of where I'm going to be aiming with the needle. Ow, stab. Okay. I missed a tiny bit of that red. I'm going to just go back over on the opposite side. It looks like I got the yellow and the green. I got all of them except for the red. Nice. Okay. Don't fall. Okay. Ooh, that's a little bit stretchy fabric. I might need to do a couple more stitches in them. Yeah, I think I'm going to flip it and do a couple more stitches in each of the embroidery stripes. Just because you can see my stitches there. And oh, I forgot. I missed a little bit of that. It didn't look like it. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go back through and moose nose. My moose nose showed. Oops. I'm going to go back through and do those stripes just one more time with an extra small little stitch, just so that they are not visible at all. And okay. And I have to get a little bit more of the purple this time because the purple did not quite catch properly. Okay, so before I go on, I want to just flip those. That looks much better. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to do that for all of them. Now, the downside to this is if I ever have to pull this apart, these stitches are not coming out. Like, this is so dense, I am never going to be able to rip these stitches out. So this is permanently sewn together. Okay. Indestructible Keto, for sure. I'm pretty sure the fabric will come apart before those stitches do. Okay, there's my very flat Keto. Flatten? Flat kitten? Flatten? Who knows? Okay. Stuffing. Pretty sure I'm gonna need more than that, but that's what I'm gonna start with. Get off of me. You do not need to stick to me constantly. And this guy gets manhandled while I stuff him. The amount of stuffing that things take is like wildly deceptive because it's so light and fluffy here, and once you start stuffing it into the plushie, it gets really compacted. So it takes like double whatever you think to stuff something. No beans. I don't think I could do the beans in these guys unless I filled like the entire thing with beans, and then it wouldn't be very beans. So the beans and the bats work because the beans go into their bodies, and then the head is stuffed normally, so the beans stay in the body. On this one, I don't think like I would have to make a little bag to put the beans in to keep them in one area. Oh no, my mom's calling. Hang on. Okay, sorry about that. I am back. It'd be nice. Yes, if I could actually see what it would look like, that would be cool. They do have like you can kind of see the view of it before you stitch it out, but only for flat objects, not for 3D shapes, unfortunately. Families as well as can be uh, right now. One of my sisters works for the federal government and just got notice that she's probably not going to be working for the federal government for much longer, and that's really distressing because she just bought a house and everything and moved for the job and yeah. Yeah, no, I like it's not even mean, it's stressful. So, yeah, she got noticed today. How are you doing? Yeah, it's so that was my family update. I just found that out and then some extra stuff. Oh, you're safe for now. Okay. Okay. That's good at least. So, for now, yeah. My mom used to work for the government as well, in a higher up role similar-ish to what my sister is doing. Different different department, but similar-esque role. So she's got a lot of the know-how of what's going on and what legally can and cannot happen right now. So she's been trying to talk my sister through that and like work her through that and let her know what's actually going to happen and what's like what she can do legally if everything goes through the wrong way. Um, but at this point, pretty sure they've stopped indiscriminately firing people left and right, and they're because she got noticed, she didn't just like get fired. So they it looks like they're going about getting rid of her the right way, which is going to be not something she can fight back against. So yeah, that's fun. Okay, well, anyways, because this is going to give me an anxiety attack if I keep thinking and talking about it, I'm going to go back to plushie making. Um, Cat took me about an hour and a half, so that's not terrible. I'm probably going to be able to price that cat at I'm going to say $30-$35, which is slightly cheaper than my bats, but not by much. So what I was kind of thinking while I was muted is I could also create some plain cats, like cats that don't have any embroidery or anything on them, just like I do just the eyes and the mouth embroidery and nothing more. And then I can potentially price those guys lower. So like a basic cat versus a deluxe cat, I guess. I don't know. I'd have to come up with a better name than deluxe. But potentially I can make cheaper cats that are basic and then also have like the better cat that is rainbow stripy bits um available next to those basic cats. I did not get that one in a very good place. Okay, so this is my guideline. Yes, the good boy and the better boy. What about the best boy? That'll have to be like gradient dyed fabric, sparkles left and right. Okay, so that's my black line on the inside, which that got a little close. I'm gonna move you out. Black line shows where it's supposed to go. This, I want to slice. I created as a closed object, but I actually want it to be two objects. So I'm gonna cut it in half with my little knife. There we go. So this V shape can be normal stitches. This part here, I want to be extra small stitches. So I'm gonna do 0.75 millimeters and 0.1 millimeters for the minimum. And I also want that one to digitize and backtrack. So I'll probably do that part first. I'll do the V and I'll go around and I'll backtrack back around the other way. This can go ahead. Okay. This part also needs to go before the eyeballs and such. Okay, so if I'm doing this centerpiece here, it would do the outside, begin and end right there, and that would begin and end right there. Technically, I could do just one side of the face. I don't need this to be stitched out and traced. That would require me to cut a single piece of fabric and then another piece of fabric here. So maybe I'll still do it this way. I would have to trace this by hand if I didn't have my sewing machine stitch around it. So after this one, I would come down to here. I'll have you begin right here and come around to end. That's my guideline. The next one, I will have begin right where it ended, and it'll come around to here. The next one will begin here, go all the way around. And then the final one will begin here and go back around. There we go. You know, Graham won't shut up. Graham is the best cat. He's such a good boy. Graham is the best boy. Also, Max is the best boy too. Both of your cats are the best boys. He doesn't need to be rainbow or sparkly. He can just be the best as he is. Hannibal is the best criminal boy, which he commit crimes last night as well. He threw hay all over the place, so I had to clean it up this morning. So he is currently on probation from being the best boy. He is the messiest boy. Okay, that's that one. The only bits I have left are this green line and then the green line on the back. So that's going to be basically the same thing. Yeah, I'm going to do it as a closed shape again. Oh, no, I'm doing it as an open shape. I only want to do half of this. So what I did with this circle here is I only did half and then I mirror imaged it and combined it together. That way I can be like positive that it is the same on both sides instead of having to try and trace both lines. So I don't want to do a closed shape. I want to do an open shape that only goes halfway on this. I can go right there. There's my line. I will make that lime green, kind of ish. Nope, I don't want to do that. I want to do undo. I want to add lime green. I want to select it and turn it lime green. There we go. There's my lime green line. And then I want to duplicate it. Duplicate, there we go. Mirror on the x-axis and drag it over here. Now they are in the same place. I do want to move it over one little bit more. And then I can select them both and weld them into one. Now it's just one piece. Now I can go get my knife and I can slice through. Oh, no, I don't want to slice there. I want to slice all the way up here. I'm gonna just slice through there. Now I have the top of the face and the bottom of the face, because the bottom of the face does not need to be small tiny stitches. The top part does have to be tiny stitches. So 0.75 and 0.1. And then this one also needs to digitize a backtrack line. The first part goes there. And then I need an open shape. I'll zoom in on this. And this will be my placement so I know where to put my fabric. And that one is going to be black. It's going to go up here. All of these, woo, go up above the mouth as well. And from here, we go from the first one, starts and ends right there, starts and ends right here. And then from there, we're going to go to the guideline, which is going to not start on that side. I want it to start over here. So it's going to go from here, jump down to here, go across my guideline, pause there. The next one, I want to start right where the last one ended. And it's going to end here. The next one needs to start here, go over to the end, and then the next one needs to go from the end to the beginning. Okay, save that one there. And now the back, which is going to be fairly easy as well. I'll do the open shape. No, I'm going to do the closed shape first because this is on the line. Oh, nope. Because I'm doing half and half. I do want it to be open shape and I want to start here in the middle. Well, that was not quite in the middle. Let's try that one again. Okay. There we go. So I got that one there. I want to duplicate it, mirror it horizontally, but drag it across to here. And that's not a very good curve. So once I correct that, I'm going to fix it. Merge, weld those two together, reshape. I'm going to get rid of that one. I don't like it. Yeah, I'm going to just let it do its curve thing there, I think. Or wait, they go like, yeah, that looks better. Okay. Then I need to edit with the knife. I'm going to slice it apart right here. So I've got the top part that's going to be small stitches and the bottom part that is going to be big stitches. 0.75, 0.1. This one is going to get a digitize a backtrack, so it will repeat. And this one, and then I need my open shape that will be the guide. A lot of this like embroidery designing stuff is just doing the same bits over and over and making sure that you don't mess them up. And then just like walking through the steps and making sure that everything is in the right places and you haven't messed things up or forgotten things. And then you have to test them. Okay, so that's my guide. That's this here. It's go up above the mouth. What color should I make these? I'm gonna make them pink. Pink, super pink. Okay, so after the first two outlines, we're gonna begin end right there. We begin end right there. Then we jump to this one. Begin end, begin ends, begin end, begin end. I kind of want both of these black lines at the top. Okay, so I've got to redo both of them, I think. And oh, these should be green. They shouldn't be pink. They should match the one on the front. Ah, I just kicked the wall. Okay, so after this outline in end, nope, we're going to then go to this one. So begin and end right there. I might actually want us to begin over here. So we'll jump from here to here, and we'll come back to here, and then, yep, then we begin. So that's going to be a shorter jump instead of jumping all the way across. And we end there. I think I want it to begin with this part then. You have to go next. So after this piece, we end right here. Then we begin, end, begin, end, begin, end. Then we're going to begin, end, begin, end, begin, end. Okay. So that should be the least amount of jumping around in between the start and end points. And then we go to do the mouth, which will be start, end, to there. Then they'll do the eye, the nose, the top of the nose, and then the other eye. And that will be the end. Okay, save that. This one here. We're gonna hide the background. Okay. So we have spots on big spots on the face. So I've got a spot around this ear. I've got a bigger spot around this ear, which did not actually turn out to be as big as I thought it was going to be. But whatever. I like that it goes underneath the eye. I really like that. So I think I'm going to leave that. I did move the eyes even closer in. So we're going to see if that looks good. It's getting very stretchy, like even down on the little, the new one that I have. Those eyes did really stretch side to side there. Like, it's not that big of a difference. They're like, it's one eye distance apart or closer together. So I have just moved them another eye together. Squishy flat. Squish. Stay. Don't roll. Do not roll. Maybe I'll move it a little bit more. But the problem is if I keep moving them in, I'm going to move them off of this brown line as well. And I really want it to be on top of the brown line. It just makes me happy. Hmm. Well, we'll try this one. The other thing I'm going to do is group everything together because I've already grouped like this top part here. This is like where the gray cat let's see, where's my cats? So like the V shape would be like Coco here. Not that, not all of them, just Coco. Like Coco here would have that V shape um up to the top. So that's my let's see, go back. So that's that line there, that very pink line that's selected. That one would give me that V shape. But it doesn't like it goes underneath her eyes here. Like that goes under her eyes completely. At best, I have it like half under the eyes with that line there, that pink line. Wonder, can I reshape this? Can I pull this one? No, don't do that. Ooh, no, that does not work. Ooh, don't do that. I don't want that. Hmm. I think it's because I'm trying to attach it so high up. If I did something like attach it here, yeah, I feel like that curve would be better. But this is not a design I have drawn. I'm not entirely sure how that one would turn out. Unhide. Maybe if I do something like that. Because I really want it to be able to go around the eyes. I do need it to come in a little bit less sharp there because that was a very sharp angle. Maybe I'll do that one. So now that I have like redone this entire line, I do need to change some of the other shapes. Like that no longer works. Oops. Back. Okay, so this still works with the start. Oh, hmm. Okay, so this one. That is my black guideline. Okay, there's a new guideline for that one. After that guideline, oh, it comes over and does the other guideline. Okay, so I need to get rid of those guys first. So it starts here. It does my guideline. So this would be if I'm going underneath the eyeballs. It needs to start here, I think. It goes up to the top, then woo! You need to begin right here. Because you're going to begin and go to the end there. No, see, I don't want that. I want you to go the other direction. I want you to start here, go to here, and go to here. Okay. I have confused myself with where these guys are. Okay. This is my guideline. Okay, those are the ones that are above the eyes. This is where the below the eyes starts. So we do this guideline. Then I'm going to start from the bottom and go to the top. Then I'm going to go to this top and back down. Let me just delete these. Where was that? Here all this. Okay. Good. Okay. This one here. Should have one. Gonna be mirrored. I'm gonna just leave you there for now. Then from this one to this one, up and down and back over. Okay, so that's all of them. I'm gonna mirror you too. Okay. Well, that didn't work out, right? Hang on. All of these, duplicate, mirror, move. Okay, that looks better. Those lines were not connected the first two times. Oh yeah, the eye stretch, absolutely. So that also depends on what fabric you're working on. Like I'm working on this Mochi Minky that is incredibly stretchy, so it's gonna stretch more. If I did this on like Shannon Minky, it might not stretch as much, which means I will have to then adjust the eyes yet again. So, this is very much why I do so many like tests and trials there, because sometimes it just doesn't work out. And I'm also struggling to put these guys back in place. Okay, so 21, I need all of these guys, all of you here. You're going from 40 something to 20 something. There we go. So this piece is before. Oh, I could probably put those pieces before too. Goodness. Okay, well, I'm gonna move that all the way to the beginning as well. Okay. Begin, end, begin, end. It begin, end. Okay, and then I do the inner bits. And then for the V shape above the eyes, begin, end, begin, end. Those are my two outline bits. Begin, end, begin, and back up. Then it swaps over to here. Yes. Okay. And then it does the top part of this for the back, cross and across, and then it's done. Okay. So for this one, I do want it to begin down here because I'll go up and do my guideline. And then it will do my guideline from here and down. And then I want it to start here to over to here. Then it goes across, up, down, and back up. Then it comes to here and goes to there, down, up, down, and then back up. And then I want you to come to here, not all the way across the end there. And then that way and back. Okay. For this mouth bit, it'll go from here to there and around and then back. Maybe? What bits are you doing there? Oh, you held. Okay. Okay, so you go from here to there, and then background. Okay. Ends. Okay, for this one, I think I want you to be in here. Guideline across to there. And then this one goes immediately after. Okay, so we do the guideline, ends here. This part will begin here and go to there. Begin and end, and then begin and end here. From there, it will jump to the other side, begin and end, and then it'll go across, begin, end, and begin, end. And then we jump to the mouth. Okay. I think that's all the spots we have. This one here goes with all the brown bits, which are going to be these guys here. I'm going to group all of them together. Now when I select them, they are all there. So I can pick them up, move them around, do whatever I need to there. This circle is its own little thing right there. That's just around the mouth, nothing else. And then this all is the bottom, if it's got more of that mask that goes around to the back. I'm going to group that. And then this mouth and eyes and everything, I'm going to group those together as well. Now on Tabitha, this is the one that had the applique. Which is the one that has the embroidery. Oop, go back to Tabitha. Okay. So here's Tabitha. I want all of her stripes. I'm going to copy them. And I want to go to this mask kitty and drop them in. Now I could do a mask and stripes if I wanted to. I think that will be maybe useful if I do the like big gray face. I can put some stripes on top of it, like darker gray on lighter gray face. And the ear spots, I don't have. Open my ear spot, my spotty kitty. Let me group these together too. Although I have not done a very good job of putting them in order. Oh, just one yellow spot? What? Oh, there's yellow spot. Here. Yellow spot, yellow spot, yellow, yellow. Orange spot. This. Oh, whatever that gray spot is. So this gray spot with whatever that first gray spot. No. Gray spot and gray spot. Yes, those two connect. What is this? Purple spot? Purple spot. Okay. So I'm going to take all my spots as well. Copy and drop them all in. There we go. We have a super chaotic cat. Where is the face? Right there. We're going to put that face at the very bottom. These stripes also need to go after everything else. So they're going to go right before the face. Okay, I could do an everything cat and it would look terrible. But these are all the bits for the different cats. So now I should be able to just group all these guys together. That's already grouped, right? Yes. I should be able to pick out what I need and just use those specific things. Okay. I have a super chaotic cat. I think I actually want to do a little test cat now to see if I can change the ear. The stripes version of the cat worked quite well. I like the embroidery version of the stripes more than I do the applique. It took me a whole lot less time. So that cat is an hour and a half. If I change the ears, I don't think it's going to save me that much time. Like I might save myself 2 to 3 minutes, but I think I will like the look of the ears better. I've got Chaos Cat here. Chaos Cat is good. I'm going to have to look up how leopards look so I can do some little rosette things on them. I think that would be kind of cute as well. Just a chaotic, like rainbow rosettes around them. Um, yeah. Okay. So this one is going to be saved as cat embroidery master file. The only parts in this cat that I don't have are the applique stripes, because I don't think I'm ever going to use them again. Although, also, okay, let's see. Let me select all of these temporarily. I think this is just going to be kind of silly looking. Hide. Okay. So there's just the face. Like none of the other bits. I hid them all. They're still there. They're just hidden. That's where the eyes used to be. Like this is the first version of the cat with its eyes. That's just I like that a lot. That's really great. Let's see. Hide the background, and we're gonna hide all your stripes. Okay. So the very first version of the cat had its eyes way out there. Then I moved them into here, and it didn't change a lot. And then I'm going to move them in here. Oh, let me get rid of the hoop. Okay. So they start there. I move them in a little bit, and I move them in even further. They also kind of moved up a little bit. Ungroup just so I can work on this. Nope, just the eyeballs. Do I want to keep them low to the face? Maybe. Okay. Hmm. Those moved up. I can move back down and in. So these are basically the same level as the original, just super close to the mouth. These are a little bit further away. We don't need that song. It's got words. We're not listening to words song. I think I'm going to try these eyes next. And I'm going to make this a plain cat because I want to see how long it actually takes to make a plain old cat. But before I do that, I am going to make a test cat based on my original file, my original pattern, to see if I can change the ear around a bit. Yeah. So back to table. These two cattens can stay where they are. The cat orbs. Okay. Tools put away. Poopies put away. Okay. So this is the ear that goes with the new cat. These are the stripes that go with the applique cat. I don't think I'm going to use them again, but I'm not going to get rid of them either. As soon as I get rid of something, that is when I need it. So I'm going to just pin these together and hold on to them. For this cat, I already have a back cut out. That's this piece here. But I want to make a new front without the ears cut out. So I'm going to get my white fabric back out. I also already have the ears for the back. There we go. And I have the ear pattern that I'm going to be modifying. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm just going to be like folding it in so that it's the same height. The ear will reach the same height as the back ear, but it won't be as wide because it only needs to go this far. Whew. Like that, something like that. So I need, ooh, I need something, yeah, good. I need something a little bit more like this shape for the ear. So I'm going to be cutting 2 tester ears. But I'm not going to fully sew them in because I'm going to kind of figure out what the shape and size is afterwards. That I don't really know how to explain what I'm doing. I am testing right now. We're going to see how well this turns out. Let me move these things out of the way. Doesn't really go with them, but I don't want to lose that ear. Let me get those out of the way. Catton, can you move up to here? Catton. There we go. You're gorgeous. Love you both. Gonna move my pattern pieces out of the way temporarily so that they don't get whooshed around. There we go. And this is going to be the face without ears. This is white fabric, so I'm going to use a yellow marker because I can't really use my yellow marker on anything else. So if I'm using my black marker here, then I'm just running out of black ink that I can't use on and like I have yellow ink that I can't use on anything else. So white fabric gets yellow. I have a orange somewhere. I couldn't find it, so there we go. You're just gonna kind of connect these lines where the ears would have been. Ooh, I should draw the lines here. Like that's where the ears would connect, just so that I can line them up as I sew them. Okay. And I'm gonna put the face back together. There you go. It's got a face. And then for the ears, this is going to be just kind of trial and error. So I need a little extra fabric. I think I probably can get away with this angle for sure. I do not need that much fabric. That will be way too tall. The ear is only this tall already. But I do want a little extra so that I can play around with it. And it's not going to be a straight line across, it is going to be a curve. I just don't know what the curve is yet. So we're going to play around with that and see. Let me get this ear out of the way. I'm only going to cut one ear for now. I have a little extra space if I want to make the other ear. I'm going to cut one because once I stuff the cat, I can then, like, I only have to really sew one ear in to test it. And that will give me, if I want to do a different test afterwards, I can cut a different shape from there. Right now, I don't know if this is the shape I need or not. So I'm just kind of winging it, and I don't want to cut two of them to find out that they don't actually work. Have a good night, Panda. I will see you whenever I next see you. I hope you enjoyed what I was doing today, my flailing about. And yeah, good night. I'll see you later. There's my face. I can put my big white fabric away. I no longer need that. Hopefully not. If that ear turns out bad, then I will grab it back out. But for now, it's out of the way. There's my body. I am using the back that I used before. And I only need to put one ear on it. If this ear pattern works out, I will have to scan it and bring it back in because this pattern that I'm using, Charlie Knight's pattern, I have already resized and modified a little bit for the new cats that I've made. So I will have to modify the ear pattern the same way so that it fits uh on the new cat pattern. Okay. The first thing I'm going to do on this is stitch up the sides in the ear, and I'm actually going to bring this ear over and stitch it in place onto this one before I sew the front together. I think it's even too wide here. Like, I think I need to make it narrower. Maybe it'll work. We'll see. I'm back into the screen now. Okay, so sewing machine. Stick the bits over there. Okay. And for this, I need to be able to see my thread because I'm going to pull it back out. So I'm going to use this nice plum purple color, which does not match the white fabric in the slightest. So I should be able to see my stitches without problem. And last time I stitched this together, I used a 3 stitch length. I'm going to actually up it to 4 and see if that works any better for being able to pull stitches out afterwards. It's gonna be harder to pull the paper off for sure. There we go. So there's my ear with all the threads from the last time sticking out of it. Oh, I sewed it on backwards. Well, I mean, I sewed it on the right way, but I wanted to sew it on backwards. Okay, well, now we get to test how the stitches work. Maybe. Where's my seam ripper? What? Seam ripper running away. Cool, 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 cool. So I sewed that and I'm immediately going to unsew it. Nice. This was just a test. Totally did that on purpose. Yeah. Well, the good news is the stitches are coming out much easier. Yeah, that was much easier. Okay. Okay, well, we want good sides together, which technically these are the good sides because I'm putting it together backwards. Okay, repin that thing. I don't know how much it would have mattered for this to be the other way around. I'm not really planning on drawing on it, but that's where my lines are. And if I do need to draw on it, then I think the other side would work better. That's what I found out when I did this inside out the first time. Okay. That time I sewed it the right way, which was technically the wrong way. Rip, please. Okay. There we go. Okay. And now I want to sew these darts together. Who says what to me? Oh, all of my library books are due, apparently. Sorry, Libby. Okay. Why are you not actually stitching? You happy? I don't think you actually stitched this together. You did not. What are you doing? Sir, you ran out of bobbin thread? Sir, what the heck? You're supposed to inform me when you're running low. You must be full of fluff. Ah, ah. I guess I lost that bobbin chicken game. Oh, I have to get something. My mom made me a keychain for Christmas after I taught her what the game of Bobbin Chicken was. It is a chicken with a bobbin on it. So now I can play Bobbin Chicken on the go. I really like that. So I now have a Bobbin Chicken in my craft room. Just kind of fun. But I lost that game of chicken. You play Bobbin Chicken by trying not to run out of bobbin thread. That's the whole game. When you are really, really low on bobbin thread, you try to keep sewing until you only have a tiny, tiny piece left. And if you run out before you are done sewing, then you lose. It's a terrible game because even if you win, you still have to refill a new bobbin. Like there's no true winner of Bobbin Chicken. You're still out of thread. So my machine is smart and it is supposed to tell me when it's running low. The bobbins that I have are like a special proprietary bobbin made by Husqvarna that have like a little ridge in the middle. So instead of, I have an empty bobbin that can be seen easily. Not sure if that's going to be visible at all. But in the middle of this bobbin, there's like a ridge along that center. And so the bobbin is supposed to fill the top section first, and then it equally fills the top and the bottom. So that ridge is supposed to, wow, my fingers are very dirty. The bobbin is supposed to fill the top part first, and then it fills the top and bottom all the way out to full. And when it gets when it runs out of thread here, so there's only the little bit left up top, it's supposed to tell you that the bobbin is almost empty. So there's no the last little bit of thread will be at the top here. That's supposed to be your indication. I fill my bobbins differently where I start at the bottom and then I let it fill all the way up just because the indication is pretty far away. Like you get this indication and you could still probably sew up an entire cat. Like that's how much bobbin thread is left with there. So I don't like that indication. I let it fill up the bottom first. So then it fills up the top and then the rest. So then when I'm working it down, it empties out the top and then it starts emptying the bottom. So when I get an indication that it's low, it's because there's only maybe that much thread left on it. And if there is fuzz underneath in front of the sensor, it still thinks the fuzz is that thread. So my indication is already like you are right at the end. And if I don't get the indication, then I just don't have thread real fast. I run out. It's like the game but sewing edition. Thanks. I just lost two. And be reading my chat. So it's supposed to give me that indication, but I only clean my machine out like once a week, like Fridays. So he's probably really full of fluff from everything I've been sewing for the past few days. And it might have blocked that sensor there. So no bobbin indication for me, unfortunately. Okay, so this ear I'm going to sew on, and I'm sewing this actually onto the back of the ear before I sew it onto the front, because I don't know if I want it to be sewn onto the front where it currently is. So it is already narrower than the original ear behind it by this much, finger's width. What is that, like a centimeter? Maybe? Half an inch-ish? Um, so it's already a little short there. I'm gonna just kind of flex it to fit, which is the same thing I do with the pig ears. But the problem is, I think instead of flexing it to fit, I actually need to flex it past there. Like, I think this is already too wide. So I'm going to sew it in, but I think I'm gonna have to pick that out and then stitch it back together again at a different point. So we're gonna see. Like, if this ear doesn't work out, what I will do is I will cut either I'll either unpick this one and sew it back together again, or I will cut a new ear that's even skinnier and sew it into the other side of the ear there. And then this side is the face. Okay. I'm leaving an extra long tail on this dart here because I'm not actually locking my stitches in place at the end, just to make it easier for me to pull it out later. That, ow. Okay. So I'm going to be pulling the stitches out. I don't want to lock them in place at that end there, because it's just so close to the edge of the fabric. It's hard to pull those stitches out. So I'm just leaving a long tail to hopefully keep it from pulling itself out prematurely. But then I will pull it out myself later on. Come on, one more. Yes, there we go. Okay, there's the front of the kitty face. I'm going to stitch this ear down. And then attach the front and the back. Although I'm not going to sew the front of the ear onto the front of the face. I'm going to just kind of leave that hanging there, because hopefully when all is, oh, I sewed this one backwards. Oh my goodness. I'm so used to sewing the fuzzy side out. I just did it automatically. Oh well. Okay, we're going to do it this way. Good sides together. It's going to be half fuzzy and half not fuzzy. I want to pull the stitches out right now. I am so good at plushy sewing. So theoretically, when I get this all sewn together, I am going to be able to see, based on where the stuffing is, what angle and what size I need for that ear, if it's right or not. I don't want to sew this. I want to leave it to right there. Hold that bit under there. Perfect. Okay. So I'm going to just sew to right there. And then on this top part, gotta get that out of the way as well. And I'm sewing to right there. right there. Okay. I mean, technically, I could just sew all the way around and leave this ear open for stuffing. I think I'm going to do that. Is not very well lined up. Okay. A good thing this is just a test plushie. Okay. There we go. That's going to be the flat ear there. Flip this one. Okay. And now I need to go get my stuffing, which I'm going to use my silky stuffing because this stuff doesn't bunch up and ball up and get chunky. That's probably more than enough. I don't actually need to stuff this one all the way full. I just need to stuff it for that ear. Okay. I even drew the face on the cat that you can't see because then I sewed down the inside. Like, I very much had the outside indicated and then I just sewed it the wrong way. Whoops. Yeah, okay, so ah, already there is a fold here in that ear, which means it's too wide already. So I think before I finish stuffing it, I'm actually going to take it apart, take that seam apart, and I'm going to actually stitch it in a little bit. And that is a bit of a fold. Damn. Okay. I do need to take that in quite a bit. Okay. Let me try. We'll marker it. Where's my pen? Marker. I think I'm going to try to take it in about that far. So, oof. Okay, unstuff you. Woo! Flip. Yeah, okay. Ah, camera! Well, See if I can fix this quick. Ah. Let's see, are you gonna fix easily? No, of course not. Why would you fix easy? That would just be way too convenient, right? Okay, well, while my camera is dumb, we'll just put Thomas up. Hi, Thomas. How you doing? Well, I'm going to come over here where I can work in front of a camera. Okay. So I've got this blue mark where I actually want to take it into. So I'm going to just kind of pin it there. And then just kind of ease it around into that shape. Take a look. Okay. So new line there instead of all the way up there. I don't know if that ear is tall enough or if I've done something terribly wrong right there. Oh well, we'll try that. Flip. Let's see. Camera wants to save. Okay. For now. Go back there. Ooh. Yeah. Hydrate. Oh, I don't know where I put my cup. Mm. Okay, give me a second. I think I left it in the kitchen. Oop. I did. Okay. So I'm gonna stuff this one again. Take 2 on the ear. Oop. I think that's looking better. Yeah. It's not perfect, but I think that's gonna be a better shape for the ear. Let me stuff this up real quick, because once it's stuffed, then I have to draw lines on it. Well, I guess I have to hand sew and then draw some lines and then cut everything apart. That's probably all I need. Yeah, I think I like that ear better. So it's a little bit flatter in the front as opposed to the incredibly round ears that these guys have. Is that, of course, I put it right against the white there. White on white. It's just a little bit flatter in the front. I think I like that better as opposed to this very, very round in the front. Yeah. Ideally, I would even maybe make this ear go back farther, but I don't know if I want to play around with it that much. So I think I'm going to leave it as is. That's just going to be the ear as it is right there. So let me actually, I don't know if I even have to hand stitch because that's really held nicely right. My microphone died. So to be fair, it's been what, like 5 hours? Oh, okay, not terrible. I should have swapped it out at 4 hours. That's what I've been doing the past couple of times, and it's been working just fine. But nope, this time I forgot. Um, okay, so make an ear shape. Needed the little bit there. Now I can duplicate it, add an offset. Offset, yes, of a positive 1/4 inch or 6.35. Uh, so that's going to be grouped. That's going to be my pattern piece. I'm going to try that with the ear. It's a little bit narrower than the drawing I had, but I think it'll stretch okay. And I added a little bit of a curve to it just because the front of the cat is curved. So there should be a little bit of this curve to match the curve of the cat. So it was a very straight line in the uh, on the scan that I made. That little blue line was very straight, but I think it should have that little curve. So I'm gonna add it anyways, and just hope that that works for the best. Hmm. Let me see. Am I capable of printing this? Because yesterday Inkscape did not want me to print anything. Select. Thank you. Move it off the paper. For you, paper settings, you letter. You that should be good. I'm gonna make another one. Just in case a little too large. Uh just the page itself. Make it white. White background. Port 2. Let's just put it on my desktop for now. Save as a PDF. Or woo! Where'd you go? Come back. Okay. And just a minute. Oh. Okay. Let's see if that does work. Okay. Let me print that. And I think I'm going to make one more cat, but it's just going to be a very, very basic cat. So I am going to make basically just the face and then try it with the flat ears. And we're going to see how that works and how long it takes me. So, new one of these. Oop. Still fits the hoop. I'm still going to cut the same amount of fabric. I'm just doing the face embroidery, none of the other things. And, oops, I'm going to reshape these. Because I'm not going to put the ear holes in the front of the face. We're going to just see how this works out. Oh, but nope, I have to put those back in temporarily. Okay, because I do actually want it to mark where the edges of the ears are. That way I know where to attach the ear on the front. Okay. So I'm going to do that design. So it's got all of its ears on the front are flat, but it's got markers of where the ears have to attach. I think that'll be pretty good. Let me go get the ears. Okay. Put away the cat bits. I don't need any of these cat bits. I do need, wait, what size was this? 15 by 9 is what I was cutting? Yeah, 15 by 9. There we go. Don't need any of these bits right now. Don't think I need this one either because I know I have to cut a 15 by 9. That's just, I got that. The ears. That's a slightly smaller version. A slightly larger version. I need my embroidery stick so I can save the design there. I'll export design as plain old cat. Okay. Now, in order to do this one, I do need another piece of stabilizer. Ooch. 12 by 20. And there's just fluff flying through the air. My big hoop again. And the design is going to be a. Ooh, do I want to do. So I was thinking for a plain old normal cat, I would use. Oh, wait a minute. I have this fabric. I have no plans on what to use it for other than staring at it and loving it. It's not really cat pattern. It is more of a scaly splatter print. Very metallic. I could try and make a cat out of that. It would kind of go with the whole it's a rainbow thing. But cats don't really have any sort of patterns like this. What other fun fabrics do I have? Washi flat so that you don't roll. I have scales, but that's meant for snakes or dragons or things like that. Mm. I have black. I could make a black cat, all black. I have lime green. I could make a lime green cat for no purpose other than to have a lime green cat. Oh, I've got 2 pieces of purple. Okay, so I'm going to use purple. I'm going to just make a plain old boring purple cat. Do I want light purple ears? Nope, I'm just going to do literally the most boring purple cat possible. And return of the timer. These guys need to be moved temporarily just so I can unfold this. And it was 15 by 9. It goes down that way. So it comes down this way. Yes. Okay. Wow. Yes. This one I can tell which way it brushes. And it doesn't look like it's rolling either. I love this. Okay. Nine by 15. How wide is this? What kind of piece did I get here? 20. Ah, I think this was a remnant I picked up. That is a super jagged cut edge up there. That is not wonderful. But that's going to be too wide for, or not wide enough for 2 cats, is it? 18, maybe? Maybe I can get 2 purple cats out of this bit. For now, though, I just need the one. Ah! Failed to cut all the way through. Failure! Okay. Embroidery hoop. Cat faces that direction, so the down direction goes this way. Well, this fabric is a lot nicer than the white I was using earlier. That is just sitting very pretty. Didn't try rolling at all. Very cool. Black thread. Oh, wait, I can't have you in there because I need to end this embroidery unless I want to do a stripes cat again. Wiggles. Go into your USB drive. Plain old cat. Go. Now we do our wiggles again. Attach hoops, wiggles, and outline. What speed are you on? You're on middle speed. Okay, go. Let me swap this over to Big Bernard or Big Thomas. You can see what he's doing. And I do need toe or the ears, not toes, the head toes, as they were. This piece of purple. Have I cut anything from it? I don't think I have. Ah, well, if I had a little chunk cut out anywhere, I was going to just go from there, but I don't. Okay. So I don't really want to cut this piece because I can potentially make another purple cat there. So I think I'm going to just cut up this way. And I need my ears. So that will be ear shape 1 and ear shape 2. Right there. He is ready to do the face already. Cool beans. Let me get my tiny little stabilizer. This is the same water soluble stabilizer I used for the face yesterday. Oh, you made it wiggly. Why would you wiggle the fabric? You were doing so well, Thomas. Just because I walked away and you're throwing a fit? Probably. Look at that lump. You're lumpy. Okay, we are going to slow him down a little bit. Just because this is all of those under stitches from the tatami that I had it. Thomas has had a very long day. He's doing his best, but his best is not good enough. He wrinkled my fabric. Okay, actually, this fabric here, if I'm doing 9x9 for these cats, I don't know how many of these cats I'm going to make, but I'm already playing kind of in advance for it because this is going to be uh, snakes or cats right now. I don't have any plans for like bats or anything. So if I do use this for the cats, I need it to be 18, which gives me 2 inches up here at this 20. So I'm actually going to cut off of the other end of the fabric, which I don't normally do. I like to work from just one end of the fabric. And this is going to be maybe a tough fabric to draw on. It is fuzzy on both sides. One ear. This is the down direction, right? Yes, okay. I should put my arrows on there as well. Cool, I got fuzzum stuck on the end of the marker. I am a very cruel boss. My craft room is not unionized. They work the hours I give them and they're happy about it. Ah. Okay, well, those were not great tracing. I am now even more covered in marker than I was. Just fun stuff. Let me get those cut out. Where did I put my rotary wheel? There it is. Okay. Okay. And even though it's embroidering, I am leaving the time going because I'm actively working on other parts of the cat. So this is not sit down, do something else time. Ears and ears. There we go. Okay. Need to fold up this fabric. There we go. And I can speed Thomas up. He did really, really well on that mouth. He did not have a single problem. Ah, I'm so proud of him. He did wonderfully. So I'm going to leave that mouth as it is. I like that then. I'll have some stitches underneath so that you can't see the fabric through the satin stitches. Um, but he also didn't get stuck anywhere on the fabric. So yes, he is redeemed. He has redeemed himself. He did really well on that mouth. To be fair, the issue with the mouth was totally my fault. I put too many stitches in there for him, and he was just making me aware of it. There we go. He's got a nose and an eyeball left to go. I will temporarily pause that, I guess. I don't have anything else to do right now other than wait for Thomas. I guess I can bring these little kitties back up. There we go. Show off some rainbow cattens. I'm gonna put my piggy back up too. Piggy needs to sit on something so that he can kind of look at the camera a little bit. There we go. So I think this cat is going to be the last thing I do on stream today. Uh, I do have a bunch of hand sewing type stuff that I need to do, but I don't really want to. So I probably won't. But if these ears work, I will have finished my task list for today. Oh, Mrs. Dunn. Hang on, I'm putting things away. Be right there. Timer goes on. Swap. I can actually probably turn Thomas off. He is done for today. Thomas can go to sleep. He has earned his rest. And we will swap over to looking at Bernard, who still has work to go. Little cat face there. Piggy, you're in the way already. Okay. Done with the hoop. I'm going to flip it over and cut through the back because I can see a little bit better that way. And I do need a little bit more space, guys. Oh man, I just realized I actually have space to cut the ears out on this fabric. I didn't have to cut them all out. Ah, I wonder if I could have gotten all 4 out of the extras on this fabric. Okay, let's see. Could I have cut the ears out of the scrappy bits? Get that one there. And get that one right there. Just barely. Hang on. That one actually fits better. Mm. Oh, just barely. Just barely. I could have cut them all out of the scrappy bits. Well, now I've got extra ears for the next purple cat. There we go. Purple cat. Next one will get scrappy bit ears. And then I don't know, I'll have new scrappy bits for the next years. Okay. That's the back. I'm actually just going to draw on the front of the fabric. Is this marker dead? What's going on? Are you dead? Did I not just trace something with you? Okay. I need a new black marker. Where are you? Brown, maybe? Okay, that kind of works. Okay. Do I have... Ah, come on. Okay. Yeah, you don't need this thread on the edge. You can take that thread away. I was trying to cut that off. You don't need it. Okay. Oh. Ah. Okay, camera. You good? You back? You a happy camera? Yeesh. Okay, well, ears time. That actually restarted faster than it did last time. And where did that go? Okay, right there. This fabric is so very stretchy. It is really actually easy to align these marks because it just stretches. It's kind of nice. I like this. So this cat is already going to be much quicker than the embroidery cat, like with the stripes, because I was at about 23 minutes while just doing the embroidery. So I am on my way to pinning this up. I think this is where I was at like 45 minutes on the Stripey Cat. I'd started pinning around 45-minute mark. Oops. And there won't be very much difficult pinning later on either because I spent a long time matching up the stripes there. I won't have to do that either. Okay, round kitty ears are on there. Straight kitty ears. There we go. And yeah, these ears take 3 pins. Okay. Now I can go and sew these guys together. Oop, look at the piggies. I already have a purple thread on there. It's not the best purple thread to match. This is a low bobbin. Okay, we get to play bobbin chicken again with this one. Nice. Ah, that's a better purple. I had my plum on there. My plum purple. Ugh, don't roll. Don't roll. Yeah, I had my plum purple here that doesn't quite match Kitty. But this one, I think I bought this one specifically for that fabric. So that one's a pretty good match. Haven't used it yet, so probably bought for this fabric. And I don't need a 4 stitch length. I'm going to go back down to a nice short stitch. Ooh, do not do that. You need to stay on my desk. Ears. Don't roll. Okay. There's my 2 ears on the kitty face. Whew. And here. And I have to make sure this lines up straight and it doesn't go off to the side. Ugh. Okay, the front of the kitty face is done. Except for that thread that's sticking out there. Back of the kitty face time. One ear. Second ear. Two kitty ears. Oh, you lost your thread. Why would you do that? Why? You didn't sew that at all? What are you doing? Did you run out of bobbin thread? You did. Ah, that's the second game of bobbin chicken I've lost today. Okay. Ah, okay. Refilled the bobbin. Can't believe I've lost twice in one day. Bernard, you're supposed to warn me when you're low. Ah, okay, take two. Did you get your ears all sewn down? Is that you didn't have any issues with that, right? No, you didn't. The edge of the ear is not attached. You failed. Oh my goodness, Bernard. Oh my goodness. That was very rude. Bernard's getting his pay docked today. Okay. Okay, back of the head is done. Finally, despite running out of thread. Uh, I'm gonna just pin it sitting right here because I don't really have that many bits to line up. There's no stripes or anything, so it should be easy enough to align everything. Ooh, my ear is actually a little too big on the front side. That is interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Well, I'm going to just pin around. And then I'm going to cut off the extra and adjust my pattern based on that afterwards. Fascinating. Don't need that big of a stuffing hole. I wonder if this ear is going to have the same size problem, or if I did something wrong with that other ear. Hmm. See. No, it looks like it's a lot smaller. Okay. Sure. Fascinating. Yeah, they've got a little extra on both ears. Interesting. Okay. Well, I will adjust that after I'm done sewing. I'm going to just reinforce right there. My pokey stick. Flatten you out, please. Oh, I should be sewing on the other side so I can actually see what's going on with that. Gotta go, but first, guide the raid. Okay, well, I was gonna go to judo anyways. I saw they were streaming a little bit earlier and I went and I'm just kind of sitting in their stream right now. So I will raid judo. Scoot, scoot, scoot. Okay. Ah, you unfolded underneath. Okay. Well, you good? We're gonna have a hole near the ear, maybe. Hi, Pick. Have a good evening. Okay, now up here. Did you actually stitch or did you leave a hole? Nope. Okay, I think I got it all. Let's see. Okay, back to the table. Well, those ears did not align very well at all. But that one did. Okay, so this is the ear that I want to look at. Because we had extra fabric on it to approximately that size and shape. Yeah. Okay. That's pretty good. I've now taken off the edge of that pattern piece so that hopefully the next ears will work. Okay, that is a very, very purple cat. I need the stuffing again. Let me move those guys out of the way as well as the pattern pieces because they are going to be covered in fluff. Woo! Where are my tools? Okay. Manhandle the poor little boy. I do like the way that ear looks better. It's just a little change, but I like it a lot more. This is probably one of those things that, like, no one who would buy a cat would actually notice the difference on, but it matters to me. And if I like making things, I make them quicker and easier. I don't gripe and moan and avoid doing it. So I have to like the things I'm making. This fabric stretches different than the rainbow fabric. He's a little bit of a different shape. Fascinating. I need one more handful of stuffing for that last little bottom corner. Otherwise, it's going to be a little flat right there. Okay. He's stuffed. And this is the third eye placement. So I've moved his eyes over yet again. And again, one eye closer. I think I like that better. I do like it when their eyes are closer together rather than the super far apart one. I do think that looks better. Um, I don't think I'm going to move it any closer just because at that point it's going to be like super overlapping the mouth. So I'll probably leave them where they are there. Let me grab my thread because I need to stitch him up to get the final time tally. But it looks like it's going to be about an hour for this guy. So I will probably do something like plain old cats with no decorations. Might be $25. I'll have to see. I've got a little chart where I put all my information of like how long it took me and how much fabric and everything I used and what the fees are for different places. So I have a little chart of all of that. I'll have to put my time and materials and everything into that file and see what number it spits out. But my guess would be that this is probably going to be about $25. Okay, let me tie off that knot. I'm going to go with 53 minutes to make the purple cat. There we go. The very round, very purple cat is done. Ugh, sorry. Very cool. Let me clean up a little bit. 53-minute purple cat. Well, that's all I'm going to do today. That is where I am going to end my stream. And we already have a raid target planned. So that's where I end today. I am going to probably spend the weekend hand sewing some of this entire bucket. Everybody in here is finished to the point where they now need to be hand sewed together. So I will probably spend not this one. This guy is done. I will probably spend the weekend hand sewing some of these guys together or finishing them up otherwise. Um, other than that, I will be back probably not Monday. I do not think I'm going to stream on Monday. I may stream on Tuesday. I will definitely stream on Wednesday. So if you want to stick around and watch me make more plushies, give me a follow. If not, sorry to offend you. I will never see you again then. Otherwise, I will see you next week, Tuesday or Wednesday, or whenever I feel like streaming next, I guess. Definitely Wednesday, maybe earlier. Okay. Let's see here. Raid, we're going to go to Judo Kame. I can indeed spell correctly. They are playing Monster Hunter Wilds with a potato. Is that Altariana? No, that's not Altariana, is it? Oh, yeah, that is. That's just a different potato that I'm used to seeing. Okay, going to Judo Kame playing Monster Hunter. And I will see you guys next week. Thank you so much for stopping by. You are all fantastic. I hope you have a great rest of your day and a great weekend. And I will see you when I next see you.